presentation of Fox Sports.
We are sports. We are Sun.
Last night, Logan Morrison supplied all the offense necessary as the Rays picked up their 4th win in 5 games. Tonight, right-hander Chris Archer takes aim with another series victory in sight. It's the Rays and the White Sox coming up next. Tonight we greet you from Chicago, home of Cloudgate, aka the Bean in Millennium Park, and we have a beautiful evening on the south side. The Rays and the White Sox in Game 2 of this 3-game series. Hi again, everyone. Welcome to an evening of Rays baseball with Brian Anderson, Dwayne Stats. So good to have you with us. We'll hear from Alex Cordery throughout the evening as well. Rays winners last night 3-1. They got all the offense they needed from 2 bats, Kevin Kiermaier and Logan Morrison. And Kevin Kiermaier now with at least 2 hits in 7 of the games since he's returned from the disabled list.
And how about this? Kevin Kiermaier right now in the midst of a 5-game hitting streak, and he's done it 3 times during this streak. I'll tell you something, him being up at the top of the lineup, he gets things moving for this Rays offense, and you see it here in these highlights. He's using the whole field, and if he continues to do that, he's going to continue to put up numbers just like this, the .421 average, not driving in really anybody, but he is scoring runs, and that's the job out of that leadoff spot. He has scored 6 times, and a big reason why he's scoring 6 times are the guys behind him, obviously, the big one being Logan Morrison. He's got a 6-game hitting streak. He's got 5 home runs during the streak, and those 5 home runs have come in the last 5 games, driven in 11 runs, and right now, smashing mistakes. You leave a ball out over where Logan Morrison can get fully extended, that ball's going to travel a long way, and he's in the midst of one of his hot streaks.
And right now, the Rays at the 500 mark, relevant in the wild card chase. Last night, they turned 3 double plays. We saw Adeiny Hechavarria flashing the leather. And for more on that, Alex, when we come back.
Night, and it's big thanks to that man right there. Before today's game, pitching coach Jim Hickey giving big praise to shortstop Adeiny Hechavarria, saying he's the best shortstop that the Rays have ever had, and we've had some really good ones. And it's easy to see why he says that. It's because every night Hechavarria continues to impact the Rays. He has outstanding instincts, range, and an above-average arm. Since traded to the Rays on June 28th, his defensive metrics ranks third among AL shortstops. Rays skipper Kevin Cash can't say enough good things about him because of the way that he plays every night, making his teammates say, wow.
Since we've acquired him, I think a very telling sign of a shortstop is how many times do you see him get a bad hop or anything like that, and I can't recall of any. I mean, he's always in the right position. His footwork, the combination of his footwork and his hands working together, he's so confident. He's one of those guys that he wants the ball hit to him, we want the ball hit to him.
We'll see what Hechavarria has in store for an encore tonight as Game 2 of this 3-game series is coming your way from the Windy City. First pitch next on Fox Sports Sun, your home for Rays baseball, right after this quick out, so stay right here.
Rays continue this 9-game, 10-day road trip. 7 games in, they have won 5 and dropped 2. And tonight, in the middle game of this series, in the 8th game of the road trip, they square off against the Chicago White Sox. And a look at the starting lineup presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Kevin Kiermaier leads off in center, followed by Steven Souza Jr., the DH. Evan Longoria is at third. Logan Morrison hits cleanup at first base. Cesar Puello is in left, hitting in front of Peter Borges, the right fielder. Adeiny Hechavarria seventh. Jesus Sucre will do the catching. Andy Espinosa at second hits ninth.
Well, taking the mound tonight for the Chicago White Sox is going to be left-hander Carlos Rodon, making his 12th start on the season. The record 2-5, ERA 4.27. But he's got some nasty stuff, and he's one of those guys that you want to avoid getting to 2 strikes with. A wipeout slider and an opponent's average with 2 strikes of just 122, one of the best marks that you will see in the game.
All set to play ball, and in steps Kevin Kiermaier against the Chicago left-hander. First pitch swung on, and a high fly ball into right toward the line. Avisail Garcia is under it and makes the catch. 1 pitch and 1 out.
Kevin Kiermaier 2 nights in a row going after that first pitch fastball, trying to make something happen early. Let's take a look at that White Sox defense for you, brought to you by Gold and Diamond Source. In that outfield left to right, we have Reimer Liriano, Adam Engel, and Avisail Garcia across the infield third to first. Yolmer Sanchez, Tim Anderson, Alan Hansen, and Matt Davidson with Omar Narvaez behind the plate.
Here's Steven Souza Jr. sitting on 29 home runs, time granted there by Corey Blazier. Late step out by Souza Jr. granted time. First pitch a little wide. Blazier behind the plate. Doug Eddings first. Jeff Nelson second. Laz Diaz, the umpire, down at third. That's a strike. The count goes to 1-1.
Every time you say his name, every single time you say Corey Blazer's name, I can only think of dodgeball. I cannot, I can't get away from it. It's ruined it for me.
And I'm sure tonight's plate umpire is very happy about that.
Yeah, of course. Just put it in print now. Corey Blazer. Loved him in dodgeball.
And a cut and a miss, 2-2. This Corey Blazier, 35, and has been a full-time umpire in the major leagues since 2014. After his film career. Souza Jr. fouls it out of play. Still 2-2. Evan Longoria will be next. Lovely evening here. Temperature 71 degrees. And the count's going to go to 3-2.
Well, there's that slider that we were talking about. He throws it very, very hard, and he will use it against righties, against lefties. A plus pitch for Rodon.
Into right with some slice. That's going to go all the way to the wall. Picked up by Garcia. Souza's on his way to second base and pulls up with his 20th double of the year. So the Rays have, with 1 out, a man in scoring position, a chance to break out in front early.
Well, Rodon tries to get the fastball away, and he doesn't. That ball's middle down, and that allows Souza Jr. to get down and through it and shoot that ball out into right field. The Rays with another chance here to score early, something that they have done a whole lot of this season. Early leads, first inning runs.
Rays scored twice in the first inning last night. Evan Longoria with a chance to put them out in front, and he takes a fastball for strike 1. It's popped up foul and will carry out a play. 0-2. There goes a man trying to steal third. The pitch popped up short right. Here comes Garcia, and Souza Jr. hustling to get back to second as Longoria lifts a high pop into shallow right field for the second out.
Souza Jr. being very aggressive on the base paths there, trying to time up Rodon and swipe third base. But with 2 strikes, Evan Longoria, he's got to protect, he's got to swing the bat, and Souza then has to find the baseball and get back.
It's Logan Morrison.
Souza being a little bit misguided right here, giving Yolmer Sanchez a hard time over there at third base for not letting him know that the ball was in play and his teammate was about to catch it.
What, you're not truthful?
No, you tried to deke him right to third base.
Now Morrison. Logan drove in all 3 runs for the Rays last night. Takes a strike. He homered in the first inning with Kiermaier aboard. The 34th home run of the year for Logan Morrison. Fouls it up the right side through the coaching box.
A nice use of that glove right there over the low wall, left-handed, nice scoop. How about that first inning? It's already out of the way.
Short hop too.
Yeah, nice play.
Remember seeing John Hartenstein play first for the Phillies and scoop him that way. He might have his cap.
That was well worn.
2 strikes.
That was a well-worn hat.
There you go. And a nice defensive play. Souza Jr. at second, 2 gone. And a look back at second with Anderson breaking to the bag. Rodon, 24 years old. He spent a considerable amount of time on the disabled list this year. 2 and 5. He was 9 and 10 a year ago, and the White Sox think a lot of him. Out of North Carolina State. Now a turn and the throw back to second. And that right hand got back on the bag.
The throw from Rodon was to the wrong side of the bag. If the throw's on the money, they've got a chance. Watch. To the second base side, that makes for a longer tag there for Tim Anderson. If he gets it to the shortstop side of that bag, Souza Jr. might be out. In fact, he would be out, but it had to come too far.
One and 2 the count to Morrison. And a cut and a miss. Morrison out on strikes. We go to the bottom of the first. Rays leave a man. No score. We'll take a look at the starting lineup presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Alan Hansen's going to lead it off for the White Sox, followed by Yolmer Sanchez. Avisail Garcia hits third. Davidson at first base hitting cleanup. Narvaez the catcher. Tim Anderson is at short. Brantley's the DH. Reimer Liriano hits eighth and plays left, and Adam Engel is in center field. He'll hit ninth.
Well, taking the mound tonight for the Tampa Bay Rays, right-hander Chris Archer making his 29th start of the season, hoping this is the one where he's able to get into double digits in the win column. Sits at 9 right now. The ERA continues to come down, now at 3.66, and all of that in 179 and a third innings.
Well, here's Hansen leading off, playing second base tonight. First pitch from Archer is upstairs. Hansen was in left field last night. And shoots it into deep right field. Borges back, and that one is out of here. Hansen turns it around and belts a home run to give the White Sox a 1-0 lead. This is not the first time that Archer has started a game against the White Sox and allowed a leadoff home run, although this one's a little more clear-cut than the one he gave up to Sanchez at Tropicana Field.
Yeah, and all Alan Hansen is doing right there is trying to jump a fastball. I know that Chris Archer has a good one, going to try to establish it early, and he had a 1-0 count sitting dead red, and he got one right out over the middle. I'll tell you what you do when you do something like that, you get the pitcher. If he wasn't already locked in, he locks it in now because he's just been dinged and he's not real happy.
And there's a fastball wide, 2-0 to Sanchez. Well, here is Yolmer Sanchez ahead in the count when Archer pitched against the White Sox at the Trop back on June the 6th. Sanchez opened that game hitting a ball to center field, and it eventually was ruled a home run. The claim being that it hit part of the superstructure of the rings at Tropicana Field when it appeared it was a ball that the Kiermaier had a difficult time tracking in center field, and it went as a home run.
Yeah, that was the home run to straightaway center that went about 327 feet. That ball was nowhere near a ring. It was a ball that...
Oh, but here's a drive high and deep to right, and that one is going to get out of here, and no question about that one off the bat of Sanchez. Sanchez hits one out. He and Hansen go back to back. And that's the third career home run Sanchez has hit off Archer. He's now 5 of 14 off Archer with 3 home runs.
Well, another hitter's count, a 3-1 count, looking for a fastball out over. They're trying to go down and away. It ends up middle, a little bit of elevation. And how about this start from the White Sox? I don't think anybody envisioned this out of the first 2 hitters.
There's Avisail Garcia. The pitch is down. So Hansen and Sanchez go back to back, and now here comes Kevin Cash along with Ron Porterfield, and they're going to check Archer. Archer, in the span of 2 hitters, has given up back-to-back home runs. And you see Cash yell something back to the dugout, and they want action in the bullpen, and that's going to be it for Chris Archer.
That's not good. You know, obviously struggling with command, and that last fastball, he spiked it, and it was immediate. And here they come. So
Chris Archer, 2 hitters in, will depart this game. Rays make an emergency call to the bullpen, brought to you by the Florida Lottery. Here have gone back to back with home runs, and they've opened it here against Chris Archer, who leaves just 8 pitches into this start. Reminder, enter your Lotto, Fantasy 5, or all new Fast Play ticket in the Florida Lottery Game Day Cash promotion. You can win a 2018 Lazy Days RV motorhome, over $200,000 in cash prizes, bowl tickets, season tickets, and more. You must be 18 or older to play, and play responsibly. Now, this an upsetting development here with the Rays, and we'll await further word on the issue here. But you leave this quickly, 8 pitches in, it's never a good sign.
Not at all. And you know, you could see the first fastball of the ball game was a fastball up to Hansen at 91. Now, we've seen Archer at 91 before early in the season as he was building arm strength. We haven't seen anything at 91 from Chris Archer unless it had a break in it, and it was a slider.
Yep.
And so it was 91 elevated, then he got taken, you know, out of the yard for a home run, and then missed on some fastballs to Yolmer Sanchez, a 3-1 count, left another one up. The velocity wasn't the same, and then that last fastball, it looked like, you know, to Garcia, you're going to come down there and really let one fly. And he let it fly and spiked it right into the ground and comes right out of the game. Yeah, something not right at all with Chris Archer, obviously. But the velocity started off poor. Another, you know, and fastball there, mislocated. And then that last one right there. And he knew something. He knew something right there. That's what's scary, is when you know that's not a good thing.
So Austin Pruitt will follow Archer to the mound tonight as he loosens up in an emergency role. 2 runs in on back-to-back home runs. And he will inherit a 1-0 count to Avisail Garcia.
You know, here's the other interesting thing, Dwayne. Austin Pruitt coming into this game, his mind's got to be racing right now, because the one thing that this bullpen knows is on the night that Chris Archer starts, you're not going to be moving around for a long. 18 of the last 19 starts, he's gone at least 6 innings. And the time that he didn't, he went 5 1/3. So he's a guy that gets deep into games. This bullpen not at all ready to be coming into this game this early. We'll see how quickly Austin Pruitt can lock it in.
Yeah, and as you well know, that's one thing the mound will do to you. If you're not locked in, it gets you locked in a hurry.
There is no doubt about it. And Austin Pruitt's one of those guys too, with what he's been asked to do for this Rays team this year, pitching out of the pen, pitching through some dark times, taking on a starter's role, going up against some of the best pitchers in the American League. He's answered the bell each and every time. You see what he did his last time against the Royals. So this is a pro. This is a guy you can trust and count on in a situation like this. Take a quick look at the Rays defense and set that up for you. Well, we have a little bit of time. Brought to you by Golden Diamond Source. And in the outfield left to right, we have Puello, Kiermaier, and Borges. And across that infield, third to first, Longoria, Echeverria, Espinoza, and Morrison. Jesus Sucre is going to be behind the plate.
And the outing you mentioned for Pruitt came on Monday. So here we are Saturday, 4 full days for Pruitt. He worked 6 innings in that game. That's a game the Rays won 12-0 in Kansas City. And he gave up just 1 hit in 6 innings. And so now here is Avisail Garcia.
Weird things.
2 balls, no strikes. It's in there, a strike, 2-1. Well, Garcia had a hit last night. Gave him 1 for 4. Came into this series second leading hitter in the American League, and there's a base hit. So he's aboard with nobody out. The White Sox offense has not been a juggernaut, but Garcia has been very good, and Davidson behind him has power, 23 home runs.
And the Rays catch another break with Abreu being out of the lineup, still dealing with that elbow issue.
Davidson 0 for 2 last night. And the pitch is a ball. Our Toyota inside look. Davidson, 23 home runs, 3rd among rookies in the major leagues, tied with Trey Mancini and Josh Bell.
How about the fact that Cody Bellinger with 34 homers, and he didn't play in April. Didn't play in April.
1-1 now.
I'll tell you that his story and the story of that team, and I know that they've slowed down here a little bit in the last week and a half, but what the Dodgers are doing in the National League has put them on a course where if they don't win the World Series, it's going to be an extremely disappointing season for them. That's how good they've been in the regular season.
Ground ball left side. Longoria down to second out there. Throw to first. In time, the Rays get the double play. Doug Eddings on the call at first. So Pruitt throws a double play ball around the horn.
I didn't think that ball was going to be hit hard enough to be able to allow this to happen. But you see Longoria go and get it aggressively, and a nice turn here by Danny Espinoza, stepping out of the way and really getting into that throw, getting it over there in time.
Well, Pruitt has had a pretty nice ground ball rate for the Rays. It's not quite 50%, but certainly representative to throw that ground ball. Got one right there to erase the runner, and now the catcher Omar Narvaez takes a strike.
You think about Pruitt's stuff, you know, he's got the good curveball, you know, the changeup. Also, his fastball at times will have some cutting action. That can really get you a lot of ground balls, especially against right-handers.
This one deflects off his glove to third, and Longoria tried to barehand it. He was going to have all kinds of time with the catcher Narvaez going down the line. He's not fast at all, but he's going to get a base hit out of that.
Well, right back at Pruitt. And I think that maybe Evan Longoria didn't think he was going to have as much time as you thought, Dwayne, as he goes for the bare hand. That ball still had enough on it that if he wanted to go to the glove, he could have. He decides to go bare hand, and that's where he doesn't get the grip.
There's Tim Anderson, the shortstop. Pitch is too low, 1-0. Anderson doubled in 4 at-bats last night. He has a 6-game hitting streak. Now 1-1. Well, the Rays have gotten to the break-even mark, 68 and 68, and 2 hitters in here. Chris Archer leaves this game. Two and one. Well, it's never easy, I guess, unless you're the Dodgers playing the kind of baseball they've been playing. But the Rays have battled and battled, trying to stay relevant in the wild card. So we'll see what the situation is with Archer a little later. That's a foul ball by the time Longoria picked it up. Ball fair all the way down until just that last moment it kicked foul, as Diaz and Corey Blazier on the same page with that call.
Well, and Evan Longoria is going to make the play. Let the umpires make the call. You make the play. And that was awfully close.
It was
very close. You know, if he right there says fair ball, you're not going to argue with him.
Yep, that's right.
You know.
Runner at first, 2 gone, 2 runs in. 2-2 the count. Ground ball. Echeverria with the little toss to Espinosa for the force, and we're headed into inning 2. 2-0 Chicago. Rays baseball. Stay connected with a fully customizable experience. Get Rays home screen icons and app features, as well as live game video highlights, StatCast, and more. So download MLB.com at bat today. Rays winners last night in the opening game of this series, 3-1. Down by 2 as we go to the second inning, and Chris Archer leaves after 8 pitches. Cesar Puello will lead it off. 2 for 10 in the big leagues this year with the Angels and the Rays. And here against the left-hander, and he takes the first pitch for a strike.
And given an opportunity here by Kevin Cash to get a start out in left field, get some ABs.
0-2.
I tell you, you get up next to Cesar Puello, and he is a well put together. He's got that linebacker
He
build.
sure does.
Rangy,
strong.
yes.
He can run, and he's a high energy guy. And strike 3 call on that inside part.
I'll tell you what, when a lefty can go glove side and stick it in there, especially a lefty with a great slider, that is when they are the most dangerous, because all of a sudden you establish that fastball in, you can play the slider, which he really likes to go to with 2 strikes, right off of that, down and in, and back foot it, and you're going to get guys swinging at it all night long.
Peter Borges lays off it, and it's down and in. 1 ball, no strikes. Borges in here against the lefty. Now away. 2-0. Carlos Rodon 2-5 on the year as a result of bicep issues. And he gets the call there. 2-1. He was on the 60-day DL at one point.
Yeah, it had nasty case of bursitis, that left biceps bursitis, and obviously, you know, you don't want to mess around with that. A young lefty, a guy that they hold in high regard, but yet definitely took him some time to get going. You know, his last outing, he went 5 innings against the Tigers, gave up 5 earned, but the previous 5 starts before that. And there's that slider. That's filth. And I tell you, that's why if he's able to establish that fastball in early in a game, it makes that pitch even more deadly.
But 3 strikeouts and 2 on the slider now. 2 outs here in the second inning.
I'm going to say, in those previous 5 starts from the end of July to the 3rd week of August, 1-0 with a 2.25. Strikeout an inning, not walking many guys.
Starts Echeverria with a pitch away. It's foul the other way, staying out there. Echeverria has been able to go to right field and with some authority. He's hit the ball hard into right center field a couple times. 4 home runs since coming to the Rays. 5 total on the year. 2-1 now.
There you go. That tells the story.
And he's ahead in the count. 3 balls and a strike.
And he's really upped the extra base hit quotient to his game. It didn't have many early in the season or even earlier with the Rays, but as of late, the last few weeks, a lot more of those.
It's fouled back. Well, if he gets to the point, you see that 3-1 fastball he had there. He's not happy that he fouled that one back. But the last couple of weeks, over 290 with 3 home runs, and if he starts to add that to his game, I mean, he's elite right now defensively. And he draws the walk. So down to first he goes with a 2-out walk. Little offense to go with his defense, and he is going to be one hot commodity.
I was going to say, if you think that's happening, then you try to sign him before tomorrow morning.
Yes.
You get that extension out of the way tonight. I'll tell you, defensively, he's been a wizard. Really, it's just been amazing out there with the glove, the body positioning, all of it.
Jesus Sucre. This one is down. He really is, in regard to Echeverria, one of those guys who you would go to the ballpark to watch him play his position. He's that good at shortstop.
You bring out all the boys. You bring the boys out and you say, that guy right there, watch him play shortstop. Watch how he positions himself on every pitch. How he's on the balls of his feet as the pitch is being delivered, where he can go left, right, back, forward. All of those little things. And then the way that he plays the baseball, the hand-eye coordination, all that stuff, how smooth he is.
Sucre takes a strike. Well, Alex Cordry had a conversation with Kevin Cash about him, and we saw a little bit of that in the pregame, and Cash made a great comment about Echeverria never gets a bad hop. A little chop down to third. Sanchez will make a play on that. And it's amazing how the really good infielders don't get bad hops. They play everything into a good one. 2-0 White Sox. Baseball on Fox Sports Zone is brought to you by your local Ford dealer, by the Florida Department of Transportation. Drive sober or get pulled over. And by your local Toyota dealers. Let's go places. Rays in Chicago tonight. Third stop on this 9-game trip. Rays have gone 5-2 so far, and trailed 2-0 in this one after putting up a 3-1 win last night. Austin Pruitt on the hill in relief of Chris Archer. Here's Rob Brantley. Hit over 290 this year in the minor leagues at AAA. He takes the pitch upstairs. Brantley with 5 at-bats in the big league so far this year. 1 of 5. And he's ahead in the count. It's a strike. Well, you know, we talked about the Rays recently in that stretch of 30 games in 31 days. How about the White Sox? They've had a tough year. They're coming in 52 and 81 on the year right now. And they're in a stretch where they finished the season with 33 games in 34 days. How about that, to finishing a season that's already been long?
It saddens you for this group. It really does.
Yeah.
That is brutal.
Strike call. Brantley caught looking.
Now these guys will look at it as an opportunity to play more baseball and try to prove themselves going into 2018. But we just got done with that stretch with the Rays, Dwayne. 30 games in 31 days, and that was extremely difficult.
Yeah, you get tired.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, you're playing every day, and I think it did take its toll on the Rays.
Well, and then, like you said, to finish a season 33 out of 34, that can't be the schedule. They've had to have had some rainouts thrown in there, or that schedule maker ought to be hunted down.
Yes, and forced to live that schedule.
That's right. No, you're coming with. You're coming with.
Mariano down at Charlotte this year. You saw the numbers on him. A little late catching up to that one. 0-2.
Yeah, that was goofy, right? Almost like caught in between pitches. It wasn't like it was 101. It was a 91-mile-an-hour fastball, and Liriano deciding to swing much too late.
And he takes this one. That's a strike call. Blazier says on the outside corner.
And Liriano, even with that fastball, didn't look like he recognized it very well. Austin Pruitt filed that away, right down and away, and strange at bat right there.
2 up, 2 down. Here's Adam Engel. Engel getting a look in the outfield. Ground ball to third. And Longoria throws him out. 2 strikeouts and a ground ball. 1, 2, 3. We go to the third. 2-0 Chicago. We wanted the first 15,000 fans in attendance Saturday, the 16th of September, receive a Blake Snell bobblehead courtesy of Tampa General Hospital. Call 888-FAN-RAYS or visit RaysBaseball.com today.
Got to get your hands on that thing. The way that Blake Snell's been pitching.
Yeah, his stock is on the upswing.
Yeah, he has been fun to watch. The growth, the difference. And another superb outing last night. How about doing that, all of that, without the benefit of many strikeouts? Just 1 strikeout on the night.
1-1 count to Espinosa. Well, we've seen some development in him. It has been more than just first pitch strikes. That's been the big thing. But we've seen some pitching acumen on display by him as well. Good cut and a miss by Espinosa.
You know, and he really still has a lot of room to grow with the first pitch strikes. At one point, deeper into that game, he was still at 50%, which is actually below his normal number. But he's done a great job of not letting the first pitch balls, you know, let those get on a roll where you all of a sudden, you know, it snowballs on you and you end up 3-0. If he goes 1-0, he gets right back to 1-1. 0-1 takes it to 0-2.
Well, he's been more consistent with his delivery, it would seem to me.
You know, there were times that during the course of, you know, maybe a 4-pitch walk that you would see 3 different deliveries. And now when you see his delivery go awry, it stands out because it's not that often. And you pick up on it, but he's been able to make the quick adjustment.
Well, there's the numbers would reflect all of that.
Completely bear it out. The average, the walks per 9 is huge. He just limits base runners. Quality starts, of course, are going to go up. 4 out of the last 5.
2-2, and Espinosa fouls it. He's leading off with Kiermaier and Souza Jr. to follow. Yeah, it's been a big step for him. 3rd time back with the club.
Yeah.
And it was not all that agreeable with him. The last time they sent him down, circumstances created another opportunity, and he has made the most of it. Espinosa did go that time. He tried to hold, but is out on strikes.
You know what else I liked? Take a look at this slider going down and in. But the other thing that I liked about Blake Snell last night was how peeved he was in coming out of that game, 6 2/3. Still wanted to be out there. A lot of guys, you know, they shake their head and you hand the ball to your manager. He was genuinely ticked off coming out of that game, and you absolutely love that. Want a guy who wants to be out there for all 27.
1-0 the count to Kevin Kiermaier. Chops it foul, 1-1.
As long as you don't show up your manager.
Yeah, and you're right about it. You know, the nature of the game has changed. I think a lot of us can remember when starting pitchers would pitch deep into games, took pride in that. And the nature of the game is utilizing the bullpen much more than before. And you can see just by the body language and the facial expression there, not happy about seeing the manager come out.
No. And I love it. I absolutely love that. And, you know, he turned around, handed the ball, and walked off. Not at all, you know, but you're right. You know, it used to be, it was something that when I pitched, that in that era, if you got the reputation as a 5-and-fly guy,
you didn't want that at all. That was an embarrassment.
It was an embarrassment, and guys, starting pitchers didn't want to be around you.
Yeah.
They didn't feel like you were worthy. Now, the way that the game is with the bullpens, you have staffs with a lot of 5 and some change guys, and it's not that big a deal. But that's kind of the way that they've come up through the game.
Which brings up an interesting topic that has been bandied about in circles. How about this now? 4-man rotation. You just go 5 and forget it. And that's been a topic that's out there. 4-man rotation. You only go 5 by design. There's a base hit into right. And now Kiermaier's going to try to run it into 2, and he does. Boy, you don't take anything for granted with Kevin Kiermaier. And he winds up at second base. Instantly a scoring opportunity now on what for almost every other hitter in baseball is a base hit.
For every other hitter. I've never seen, you know, we've seen Kevin Kiermaier take some liberties on the base paths and push the limit. But this right here, this is an all-timer. That's a base hit to right field, a single for every other guy in the game. And he just is like, I'm going for it. I'm going to force you to make a perfect throw. And it didn't get done. And how about that? A double scoring position.
Runs it into his 14th double.
Well, these guys, it's like sometimes you don't get the memo. You've got, as an outfielder, you have to keep Kevin Kiermaier at first base. He's going to second.
Absolutely, but here's the thing about that. Given the nature of the schedule now, everybody in the East knows that. And you can scout guys, and you can have a little meeting before the game and say, this guy is aggressive. But if you only see them 1 or maybe 2 series a year, you're going to be surprised by that. The opposition shouldn't be, because of scouting and advanced info. But that's just going to happen, and Kiermaier will take advantage of that every time.
I think his mindset is base hit. Okay, ground ball in the hole. I'm going to second. Give me an excuse. Make me stay at first, because I'm going to second. And you're either going to keep me at first, or if you want to play it a little lackadaisical or not bust in there to get it, then that's where I'm going to end up. Second base. That's the goal.
Covered up here by Narvaez, the catcher. 2-1.
We do see it a lot more with teams that aren't familiar with him, but I'll tell you what, that goes to either your team not doing enough in the scouting department, or you not paying too much attention in those meetings, because I mean, it's September and he's been doing this for a few years now. Like you said, you should know better, but the teams that don't see him that much, he burns them.
2-1 the count to Souza Jr. Now it's 3-1. Boy, what a difference it is too, with 1 out, to have a guy at second versus first base. I mean, an instant scoring opportunity. You figure for sure you're going to get 2 chances to drive him in, instead of maybe not even getting a guy advanced into scoring position. And now the walk, pitch wide. Second walk given up by the Chicago lefty. 2 men on for Evan Longoria. Evan lifted a fly ball into right field his first time. Both runners break. The throw down to third's not going to be in time, and the Rays pull off a double steal. Kiermaier steals third. Souza Jr. trails into second, and now the Rays have 2 men in scoring position.
That's now 12 out of 14 stolen bases, and remember, that's just in 11 starts, now 12 starts. So teams against Rodon have taken some liberties on the base paths. The Rays do it there, a twofer. We've got 2 guys that can run. Why not?
And Evan at the plate. So the Rays, down by 2, have been aggressive to put together this scoring opportunity. 1-1. Not a lot of at bats for the Rays against Rodon. Evan came in 2 out of 3 with a double and a home run off him in his career. Two balls and a strike. Well, this keyed by the hustle of Kevin Kiermaier. High fly ball right field. Garcia, not overly deep, will make the catch. Tag. Kiermaier's headed to the plate, and he is safe. The ball skips by. Rodon now is going to throw to third, and that ball bobbled down there by Sanchez, and back in goes Souza Jr. Well, the Rays, very aggressive, come up with a run in this inning. Kiermaier crosses the plate to make it 2-1. And boy, that ball was bouncing around everywhere. Souza Jr. managed to get back in to third base.
Now here's the throw by Garcia. There plenty of time. Narvaez, and that was not a very difficult ball to handle. Narvaez catches that baseball, more than likely he's going to be able to get to Kiermaier. And for whatever reason, you know, we saw him at first base drop a ball last night on a throw, just came off the top of his glove, and right there he whiffs a good throw from Garcia, and Kiermaier able to sneak in the back door. And then you're right, Rodon almost threw that ball into left field. I think it ended up hitting Souza.
Well, the Rays are having a lengthy conversation here. Jeff Nelson, the crew chief, and Kevin Cash. Nelson came all the way over, and I think on that ball that skipped by the catcher, there's some discussion about whether that ball stayed in play or not. I'm going to guess. Let's take a look.
No, that's it, Dwayne, and there's the ball off the glove. And that ball hit right over there where the ball boy was. Didn't look like it went out of play from that shot, but I mean, that didn't see everything.
So they're going to take a look at this. And we'll see what comes of this review. So right now, Longoria gets credit for a run batted in with a sacrifice fly. Kiermaier has scored. And the question is, with Souza Jr. at third on that throw to the plate to Kiermaier, was there interference in the aftermath of that throw? And should it be in play or not? The Rays angling to try to get the possibility of another run here. The Rays very aggressive on the bases here in the third, and Souza aggressive rounding the bag as well as the throw came to the plate. And that fly ball, high fly ball, not very deep to right, but Kiermaier was bound and determined to challenge Garcia and score a run. And now he's set up the possibility where the Rays are going to argue that maybe they should have another run.
Well, this is for me where replay's brutal. I mean, what is the point? I mean, I get what the point is, but you know, we have that one look. Doesn't look like the ball went out of play. How long are you going to take?
Well, they'll examine every angle they have, and in New York, there's a good chance that they'll have more angles, as it turns out, than we've seen so far.
Well, let's hope that's the excuse, because we haven't had many.
Well, they have Corey Blazier, the plate umpire, and the crew chief. Jeff Nelson huddled down there with the headsets on. And the interested managers awaiting a determination. And that's really what the two umpires here, they're waiting for a determination. They're like everybody else, and they're going to leave it as it stands, placing Souza at third base. So Logan Morrison will be up with 2 outs in what is a 2-1 game. And here is The first pitch to Morrison swung on and missed. Lefty on lefty here, and the pitch is inside, 1-1. So the Rays actually challenged that initial call that the ball was in play, and so they lose the challenge, lose the ruling, and they lose their challenge. Now 3-1 count. Hot shot foul. Look out. That's goes down beyond the Rays dugout into the camera well area, far into the dugout. A lot of important people down there.
Full dugout now, September.
Coverage of this game dependent upon those people down there staying healthy.
That's right. You get a lot of good looks from down there.
Kiermaier has scored. Souza Jr. is at third, 2 outs. And ball 4. So Morrison draws a walk.
Yeah, Rodon has been all over the place with his command, all over. Talked about that great run that he was on coming into his last start. And he had really done a great job of limiting the walks. And right now, 34 strikes and 60 pitches. But that's what, the third walk?
Third walk so far. Cesar Puello. And he lifts a foul out of play up the right side. Puello getting the start against this tough lefty. He was called out on strikes on a fastball in his first time. Foul right back. 0-2. Broken bat roller to third. Sanchez up and out with the throw to retire the side. Rays get a run in the inning. They're down 2-1 as we go to the bottom of the third.
White Sox lead the Rays 2-1. In the first inning of tonight's game, Chris Archer left as a precaution with right lateral forearm tightness. He says he was feeling, or the trainers say that he was feeling a little tight in the bullpen while he was warming up. It carried over to the game and the team didn't want to push him. He will be observed by trainers tomorrow and back in St. Petersburg when the team returns on Monday to make a decision if he can make his next start. But Dwayne BA, again, he left with right lateral forearm tightness.
Well, so far so good. You're always concerned anytime a pitcher leaves the way Archer did, and that area can be a problematic area at times.
Yeah, I mean the forearm. Yeah, you got. I mean it is. It's a tough thing, and we're just going to have to wait and see. I mean that's the what they've come out with initially, and like they said, you're going to observe him overnight, see how he feels tomorrow. Should have a better idea tomorrow. But yeah, anytime you're starting to mess around with the forearm, you know it can be problematic, but it also could be something very minor too that, you know, time away wouldn't be very long at all. So I like the fact that it was precautionary, and they probably told Chris, listen, if this thing doesn't loosen up right away early in that game, you get your derriere off the mound, and that's exactly what he did 8 pitches in.
Well, Hansen up here with a count of 1-1, and you're right about that. I mean, it's really pointless to speculate, but from what we can see right now, you feel better about it than you did when you saw him leave abruptly the way he did.
Yeah. Oh, he was probably already on call.
Yeah.
You feel anything, you're coming out. And so, you know, he threw that fastball. So we saw him try to jump on that heater to Garcia, threw it right into the ground, and immediately motioned, you know, time to come out, and I'm coming out.
Well, Hansen opened the first with a home run. Now it's down 2-0. A 2-2 the count here in a 2-1 game. And a cut and a miss. Hansen out on strikes.
A nasty, nasty finish to that changeup by Austin Pruitt.
So the third strikeout for Pruitt. And it will bring up Sanchez. Home run for Sanchez was his 9th of the year. Pruitt gets the jump on him. Now. 3-1 fastball. And laid right out there for him.
Yeah, another one, you know, and Hansen sitting dead red, and of course in that count Sanchez is going to be doing the same thing.
Fly ball short center coming in. Kiermaier is there and makes the catch. So 2 up, 2 down. Well, Pruitt came out, gave up a base hit to Avisail Garcia, who's on his way to the plate right now. Then erased him on a double play. Narvaez got the base hit off Pruitt's glove that Longoria tried to pick up to make a play but could not. And since then, nobody has reached base.
He's come in and quietly done a very nice job here in trying to, you know, give the Rays some length, which he can do. 5 days ago, you know, this would have been his start date. You're on a Monday. Your next start on a 5-day rotation is going to be on Saturday. So he's fully stretched out, ready to go.
Ground ball, that's going to get through in between Echeverria and the diving Espinosa, and Garcia is 2 for 2.
When you're having one of those years, you sneak this ball through. The Rays had him defensed perfectly, and you get a dive from Espinosa and a dive from Echeverria, and you still get it through there, well, you're having a special season, career season.
Yes, he could not have rolled that ball any better.
No.
In fact, he probably could not roll it.
No, if he was a quarterback and that was the window that he threw into, you'd be screaming at him. What are you throwing it into such a highly contested window? And instead, it's a base hit. See, it's time for all the football references to start coming back out.
Yep. Full force now. Here's Matt Davidson. 1 ball, no strikes. Pitch is down. 2-0. Little tapper foul. 2-1. Ground ball, and right there for it, Espinosa. He'll step on the bag for the force play. We're through 3. It's a 2-1 game, Chicago. Rays coming in to hit in the 4th. Stay tuned in the 7th inning for the Jeep Compass game break. Rich and Orestes will have highlights from around Major League Baseball.
I can give you this update, Dwayne. Kansas City Royals at the Minnesota Twins. We're in the middle of the 3rd inning, and it's Kansas City 0, Minnesota 10.
Oh my goodness.
10.
Wow.
Through the first 2 innings.
Well,
so they're going to stay there.
Serious about that second wild card spot. They have a 1.5 game lead on the Orioles and the Angels, and 3 up on the Rays and the Rangers. Peter Borges goes after the first pitch, skies it high back into left center, and it's tracked down by Engel. So Borges on the first pitch skies to the center fielder. We'll get Adeiny Hechavarria to the plate. Blue Jays and the Orioles scoreless at the end of 4 in Baltimore. Well, the Twins scored 4 in the first, 6 in the second.
Well, they made a dash last night. They were down 7-3 late. Ended up getting it to 7-6. Had a couple of runners on. Kelvin Herrera had to come out of that game for the Royals.
1-0, and it's hit on the ground to Hansen at second. Hechavarria is out number 2 in the 4th.
And so today, you know, sending a message, and that's what you're going to get from here on out. Everybody realizing September baseball, everybody with 20-some, maybe 30 games left. It's time to start to press down on that gas pedal a little bit.
The Rays have 26 games left. Rangers home, and they have a 2-1 lead in the bottom of the 4th on the Angels.
What?
And the pitch is a strike to Jesus Sucre, and all of a sudden here comes the rain. And where did that come from?
That wasn't in the forecast for the weekend. That's weird.
1-1. All of a sudden the fans start to scurry for cover.
I'm going to go to the rain app, Dwayne. That
there's a fly ball into right. Garcia will go back, still going back, and on the run makes the catch to retire the side. Fine running catch going back by Garcia. We're headed into the bottom of the 4th inning, and while we're away, we'll get to the bottom of this rain. Leading the Rays. Eldorado Furniture invites you to settle in with us tomorrow when the Rays take on the White Sox. Our coverage begins at 1:30 with Rays Live. Matt Andriese will be on the hill for the Rays with his mark of 5-1. Here's the rain, and BA, you did a little work here. Apparently a rogue band of rain has entered the area and might be with us for a little while.
Well, yeah, I first checked it out. It said rain ending in 1 hour and 28 minutes. Now it's going up to 1 hour and 52 minutes. And you can see the band. It may be, you know, heavy at times, lighter at times, but we're going to have to play through a little precipitation tonight, Dwayne. But last time I checked, Major League Baseball players do not melt. So we're good.
And the first pitch swung on by Omar Narvaez. He hits it deep to right, and that one is gone. First pitch from Pruitt in the bottom of the 4th. And the former Rays farmhand, Narvaez, has hit one out. And now it's 3-1. 3 home runs tonight, all solo shots by the White Sox.
How about that? Jumping and ambushing Austin Pruitt. Fastball meant to be in. And you got to give credit to Narvaez getting the hands through rather quickly. The barrel catches the baseball and he lofts it right into the bullpen.
There's Tim Anderson. First pitch is a strike. So again, the Rays are down by 2. Anderson lifts it into center. That's Kiermaier right there making the catch. One away. Rob Brantley. Brantley called out on strikes facing Pruitt in the 2nd inning.
Coming down pretty good now.
Fly ball center field. Kiermaier's going to be there for this one, and he makes the catch.
How badly did he want to dive with a full head of steam and slide on the wet grass?
And fortunately, thought better of the idea. Reimer Liriano will now be the hitter. The pitch down. Mariano had seen some big league time a couple of years ago with San Diego. Hit 220 in 38 games with a home run. It was in 2014. 1-1 to count to him. A little late there. 1-2, and now with this rain intensifying, Jeff Nelson, the crew chief, has said it's a good idea to cover this infield. So we're going to get a rain delay from this rogue front that has moved in.
Yeah, the downside is it's going to be here for a while.
And here we are in the bottom of the 4th with 2 outs and a 1-2 count on the hitter as they unroll the tarp. And so we will be rain delayed. So rain delay from the south side of Chicago in the bottom of the 4th inning. White Sox got 2 runs in the first, homers from Hansen and Sanchez. The Rays got a run in the 3rd. Longoria's fly ball scored Kiermaier, and another home run from Omar Narvaez here in the 4th to again make it a 2-run ball game, 3-1. And Pruitt a strike away from closing out the 4th, but Jeff Nelson says it's time to put the tarp on, and Pruitt not happy about that.
You want to get out of that inning.
Absolutely.
Yeah, get a clean inning. You wonder if you're going to get an opportunity to go back out there, depending on how long this takes. And if the app is correct, Dwayne, we can settle in for a little while, I guess.
Well, that was a pretty reliable app when we ran across him in Baltimore earlier this year. It was right on the money. Have no reason to distrust it. Boy, this went from a beautiful evening here all of a sudden to rain, and now a delay as the tarp is being deployed here covering the infield, and we'll have an edition of Inside the Rays coming up, and we'll keep you posted on the progress of the weather here in Chicago. you can see Brad Boxberger on the hill. He'll take over for Austin Pruitt, and we will resume right at that 8:50 mark. Boxberger inherits a 1-2 count. Liriano, the hitter, and his pitch is wide. So a rain delay here as we start at 8:50. It's going to be in the neighborhood of an hour and 20 minutes. Not quite there, but somewhere in that neighborhood. And that pitch just misses. An hour and 18-minute rain delay here in the bottom of the fourth. Well, nice job by Austin Pruitt. Temperature has dropped from 71 to 61. It's foul back, holding the count at 3-2. Chicago with a 3-1 lead over the Rays. They've hit 3 solo home runs. Longoria has driven in the run for the Rays. That came in the third. It's fouled back. Rays put the call in for Chase Whitley and Andrew Kittredge, and there was speculation they would be added to the staff tomorrow. Might have been a good idea to have added them today.
Yeah, no question about it. Obviously, Chris Archer only 8 pitches, and then Austin Pruitt and the rain.
And Liriano is out on strikes to end it. And we're going to head into the 5th inning after this rain delay. 3-1 Chicago. The Rays and the Chicago White Sox, and Carson Fulmer this year at AAA in 25 starts, 7-9 with a 5.79, will be the new pitcher, taking over for the starting pitcher Rodon, who worked 4 innings, and then the rains came.
Well, and the one thing you want to keep your eye on here is you see 126 innings but 65 walks. So command an issue, obviously, with Carson Fulmer. And so you want like for these Rays hitters to be patient, be ready to hit, of course, but be patient and force Fulmer into the zone.
Danny Espinosa, the first man to face Fulmer. The first pitch is down. Cut and a miss. Fulmer, born in Lakeland and went to school at Vanderbilt. was in a handful of games with the White Sox last year. Espinosa pushing at that one, shortening on the bat, and missed it.
Well, it's been a down year for Danny Espinosa offensively, and so you're trying to get anything started. Try to find your way on base, just get that good feeling, and going after that bunt on that ball that had a little bit of a wrinkle in it, and he just kind of missed it. And then right there,
cut and a miss on the mid-90s fastball. And Espinosa's out on strikes for the second time in this game.
Yeah, this is a struggling hitter right here, and Espinosa going after that fastball that's out over the plate, but you saw the bunt attempt on the previous pitch, and nothing now in sync for the Rays second baseman.
Top of the order, here's Kevin Kiermaier. And the pitch inside. Jackpot brought to you by the Florida Lottery. 14 games since coming off the DL. Kevin Kiermaier hitting .357 and shoots this one foul, a hard hit ball into the seats, and it's 1-1. And a cut and a miss, and plenty behind that one as well. Fastball up and in the mid-90s. Two and two. Foul back.
He forces you to get it started early, and then, as we've seen here with the two left-handed hitters, he's got that little cutter, almost a very hard slider, big cutter at about 90 miles an hour. He's not afraid to crowd you with. He will throw a curveball to lefties, but mainly the fastball and that little cut. And whatever that was, that comes squirted out of there.
And the count is full on that one. 3-2. Steven Souza Jr. on deck. And ball four. Kiermaier works him for the walk.
Like we said, you got to watch the command. A lot of walks down in AAA, and they tend to have maybe a strike zone that's a little bit more forgiving down there. So Kiermaier here, second batter in, able to work a walk.
And now Souza Jr. And the bunt put down by Souza Jr. And the off-balance throw. Fulmer winds up on the grass as he throws out Souza, and Kiermaier winds up at second. I'll check with Fulmer to see if he's all right.
Now Souza Jr. trying to take advantage of the conditions right there. Lay a bunt down, try to get some speed on the base paths. Figure the grass is going to be a little bit wet here. Fulmer, you see him slipping and sliding, but the fact that he got that throw over there, I'll tell you, that ball could have ended up anywhere as he's falling backwards, but look at that.
Now, you wouldn't have been surprised if that ball was headed toward Doug Eddings, the first base umpire.
And maybe we can get another shot of it, but Souza Jr., his leg hit the glove hand of the first baseman, Matt Davidson, down there. Almost knocked that ball free.
There's Evan Longoria, and there's a strike to him. Here's what you're talking about.
Right there, boy, that left shin came into contact with that glove and flopped it pretty good, but that ball stays in.
Upstairs, 1-1. One more look at that.
Yeah, this is a great shot. boom. You see Matt Davidson didn't feel real good on that left wrist.
Here's a strike. The outside part of the plate, 1-2. White Sox drafted Fulmer in 2015. He was their #1 pick. Red Sox had drafted him, and he decided to go to Vanderbilt. Pitched in the College World Series with them in 2014. Drafted by the White Sox in 2015. High fly ball to center. Ingles going to have room straightaway center to make the catch. Rays leave a man at second base, and we go into the bottom of the 5th. It's 3-1 Chicago. Break brought to you by T-Mobile. Well, the Cleveland Indians leading the Central. They started the day with an 8-game lead over Minnesota. They've won 10 in a row now, sweeping. Doubleheaders Wednesday against the Yankees and Friday against the Tigers. And Clayton Kershaw back for the Dodgers. The Dodgers up by 16. They actually had lost, I think, 6 out of 10. That's big news in Los Angeles for the Dodgers. Adam Engel here behind in the count, facing the Rays right-hander Brad Boxberger. Engel followed by Hansen and Sanchez.
Boy, and how about that swing of Engel's on the previous pitch? Just a very unsure swing, and this is a guy who's mired in a horrendous slump for this Chicago White Sox team. We were going over some of the guys in their lineup and the rough stretches that a lot of these guys are going through right now.
Well, Engel came in 4 for his last 55, and he's 0 for 1 tonight. I mean, you go over 41 games, he was hitting 126. In that case, 16 out of 127. And is out on strikes right here.
Enough said. You talk about a stretch that has gotten into a player's head. First of all, he misses a fastball middle in, which is where a guy like Engel wants it. And then he chases this. Ball's nowhere near the plate. And even the swing at that was an awkward swing. And so you wonder what is going through the mind of Adam Engel, and you wonder when you are in a stretch of 16 out of 127, how are you getting that many ABs?
Alan Hansen, he opened the first with a home run, takes a strike.
You know, I know that you're trying to find out about some of these guys, and you're trying to see what you're going to build upon going in to next season, but where you can permanently damage a guy if you just let him out there to flounder like Engel is doing right now. You saw it in that at bat. That's not healthy for anybody.
1-1 to count. Well, you know, here's a guy who last year went from Winston-Salem to Birmingham to Charlotte. I mean, those are 3 stops right up the ladder in the minor leagues, and he started in a handful of games at Winston-Salem at 327 there, and then in both other stops combined probably hit 250. He finds himself in the big leagues this year and just struggling.
And you at this point, you're allowing him to be completely overwhelmed, and that can really not only stunt a player's growth but set him back.
2-2 the count on Hansen.
You go back and look at the 3 swings in that last at bat against Brad Boxberger, and there wasn't a healthy one in the bunch.
And Hansen out on strikes. So 3 consecutive strikeouts for Boxberger. Now Sanchez will be the hitter. There's a strikeout pitch of Hansen. Popped up the other side, foul, out of play. White Sox with 3 runs, 6 hits, and now 7 hits. Two-out single by Sanchez. He's 2 for 3.
Boy, did a nice job of going down and getting that pitch. Not a bad pitch at all by Boxberger. Look at Yomer. Go down there and lengthen out that swing. And he just pulls it over to the right side. You see how that weight's starting to go forward, but he stays back enough, keeps his hands back long enough. He's able to get to it.
Avisail Garcia up to 326 with a 2 for 2 night going. He fouls it out of play. Sanchez homered in the first. Runner takes off. Swing and a miss. There'll be no throw. Sanchez steals second easily.
Boy, he got a great jump right there, and Sucre now out to talk to Boxberger maybe about the signs. He got a moving lead from first base, and you never see that. Brad never stopped him, and that's why there was no chance to make a play.
The 6th stolen base. He's been caught 8 times.
Yeah, he's worse than a coin flip.
Yeah, your odds are better with a coin flip. Upstairs, 1 and 2.
Well, listen, he was 5 out of 8 or 5 out of 13 going into that. So he's like, listen, it's not working for me. I'm going to get a moving lead here. I'm going to start the shuffle and take my chances. It worked out. Maybe that's his new style.
Yeah, no sense in being careful. Just be aggressive. Take off. The Rays are going to need to stop Garcia here and get a little offense going, down 3-1. There goes Sanchez, and a swing and a miss. Garcia out on strikes, and Sanchez wasn't hanging around at second. 3-1 Chicago. White Sox open the scoring. Alan Hansen hit the second pitch of the game, delivered by Chris Archer for a home run. Sanchez, 5 pitches later, hit one out to right to make it 2-0. And Archer left the game with tightness in his right forearm, a lateral tightness. Home run. Fly ball to center or to right field. Got Kiermaier home off the bat of Longoria, and then a home run by Omar Narvaez, accounting for the 3rd run of the game for the White Sox. And then the rain delay of 1 hour and 18 minutes. We head into the 6th of the Rays, down 3-1. Fulmer on the hill, and here's Logan Morrison sending one deep to center. All the way back is Engel, who leaps and could not make the grab. Home run for Logan Morrison as he tees off on the first pitch, and it's a 1-run ball game. Towering shot to center. That's number 35 for Morrison.
Well, a lot of hard stuff coming from Carson Fulmer. And so Logan Morrison, who's been locked in, that's now 6 home runs in his last 6 games, goes right after it. Down and out over the plate. Drop the barrel and lift. Boy, that is pretty. Great effort here by Adam Engel. Hanging out. A little bit short.
So now 3-2 the score. Here's Dickerson to pinch hit for Puello. And he shoots one deep, foul. That's going to reach the upper deck here, but well fouled, strike 1.
Apparently the fellas did a little studying in between innings on Fulmer.
It's called paying attention.
Yeah, a couple of really good swings here to start off this half.
Thank you. 1-1. Well, the Rays have closed the gap to a run. Minnesota leading Kansas City in the top of the ninth in Minneapolis 17-0.
Well, they are obviously very excited about the start of the college football season, and the score reflects that.
It's a foul ball. Fights off the pitch end. Still 1-2. The Yankees have beaten Boston 5-1. Minnesota started the day in the number 2 spot in the wild card race. This one is up 2-2. But they were only a game behind the Yankees. So the Yankees win. And the Twins way out in front in the 9th inning, 17-0 in their game. High pop fly right center. Engel coming in, and he's going to make the catch. Garcia got there and put on the brakes on that wet surface and halted his tracking of that one in favor of Engel.
Yeah, that looked like trouble there for a little while. You had you had Hansen headed out there. You had Garcia coming in, Engel coming in. It looked like it was going to be right in the middle of all three, and you're saying to yourself, communication is going to play a role here. Watch this. Everybody headed back. Who's going to take charge? Hansen didn't want it. Garcia pulling up out of there.
Yeah, and of all three of them, Garcia had the biggest head of steam going and then had to put on the brakes.
You do not want to get run over by Garcia.
No.
He's a very stout human being. It would not go well for you.
Strike the count on Peter Borges. 1-1 now. Borges has struck out at a fly ball to center. Two and one. So this game will be in the hands of the bullpen. Certainly early for the Rays that way. There's a line shot. That's a foul ball down the left field line. That had extra base potential, but it hooked foul.
And Borges runs very, very well. And that ball was left up and out over the plate. You had a chance there here with one out to threaten for more. A little too quick with the swing.
High fly ball down the left field line toward the corner. Mariano is there to make the catch. 2 away. Sergio Romo in the bullpen for the Rays.
Kevin Cash is going to play the matchup game from here on out, obviously. Now you've gotten this game back to just within 1 run, and you've got a stable full of arms out there.
It's Derek Holland, the lefty, and Petrichka swinging and a miss. Echeverria up here. Petrichka, the right-hander, Holland, the lefty. Jake Petrichka worked 2 innings last night. Nothing in 2. Echeverria reached on a walk in the second. He grounded out to second in the fourth. Two and two. Popped up back of first toward the stands and out of play.
Putting up a fight here. Echeverria trying to do whatever he can to prolong this inning.
Jesus Sucre would be next. And a wave and a miss. So the Rays are out in the sixth inning, but they draw a run closer on the long home run to center. The leadoff homer by Morrison. It's a one-run game, 3-2 Chicago. Geico, great moment on this date in 2006. First ever triple play at Tropicana Field. First ever 2-6-2 triple play in Major League history. Seattle's Raul Ibanez striking out with runners on first and third. And on the pitch, it was Adrian Beltre attempting to steal second. He was out. Leonard Navarro to Ben Zobrist, who was playing short. He tagged out Beltre, retreating to first. And Jose Lopez tried to score from third. He was thrown out. Zobrist to Navarro. And the rain is back in Chicago. We're already at a rain delay of an hour and 18 minutes. And Sergio Romo comes on to pitch in the rain. He'll face Matt Davidson. Dickerson in left after pinch hitting for Puello. First pitch is a ball. Archer, Pruitt, and Boxberger. Now Romo. It's a popper to the right side. Morrison looking up into the rain and foul territory, makes the catch and slips going down to one knee.
Well, it's coming down pretty good right now.
Now the umpires conferred with members of the ground crew between innings. And it is starting to come down harder. It's about as hard now as it was during the rain delay, and the fans heading for shelter again. Narvaez, right now, his home run in the 4th is the difference in this game. 1-0 the count.
They're not going to be out there too much longer if this keeps up. I mean, look at it coming down off the helmet of Narvaez.
Now 1-1. Two and one.
Where are the parents?
An often spoken refrain, it seems. Cutting them is 2-2. Archer gave up a couple of hits, both home runs. Pruitt 4 hits, 1 home run. Boxberger surrendered a hit, no runs. And now Romo with a 2-out or 1-out, 2-2 count on the White Sox catcher. Tim Anderson on deck. Count will go full. And that one a little bit low. He just missed. Narvaez is on for the 3rd time with a single homer and now a walk. Here's that pitch.
Well, he took a shot at that sinker down and away, and that late movement took it right out of the bottom of the zone. That was a pretty good take there by Narvaez, but obviously the 2 hits before that at bat lets you know that he's seeing the ball pretty well.
And there's Tim Anderson. Anderson nothing of 2. Little 6-game hitting streak going for the Chicago shortstop. 1-0. First outing for Romo since he got the win over the Cardinals in St. Louis Sunday. That was in that 10-inning 3-2 victory for the Rays. And again a pitch a little low. 2-0. 1 on, 1 out. 1-run game in the 6th. It's Brantley on deck. And he has Anderson out in front of that one. It's over in Minnesota. That's a 17-0 win for the Twins over Kansas City. And again, Anderson out in front of a pitch. 2-2.
Sergio Romo by no means overpowering, but he is savvy. You know, this is a guy with a ton of big game experience. Knows what he's doing out there, knows where he wants to go with the baseball, and obviously has some deception in that motion.
Started that pitch close to Anderson, tried to get it over, got it over, but it was low.
The front door of the slider, he's got a couple different versions. One that has a huge sweeping break, another one that's like a little dart, much shorter break. And he will front door it from time to time, and that's a good pitch. You think about that arm angle coming almost behind you as a right-hander, and then he starts it at your front hip and breaks it to the inside corner. That is a tough pitch.
And a swing and a miss by Anderson.
Yeah, and not the big sweeper. That's the one that's short, and he's able to keep it in the zone and not take it off the plate. 79 miles an hour, there it is. And he's out in front once again. Tim Anderson just not recognizing Sergio Romo's delivery.
Here's the designated hitter, Rob Brantley. Which is down to Brantley. All of his misses, practically all of them, have been down. Two and 0. Three balls, no strikes. It's Liriano on deck. Brantley just up this past week from TBA Charlotte. It's a strike, 3-1. Now it's full.
You get that first strike, and then all of a sudden you come with that sinker down and away. And then I'll tell you, Sergio Romo has been throwing that pitch here tonight against these lefties more than we normally see from him. Get good late action on it, and it'll take one more to try to finish off this AB. No parents to be found yet.
They may have abdicated.
Fighting Illini. Listen, they came back and won. I don't know what he's so down about.
Now the 3-2. And a little bit low right there. Just dropping below the zone. So the count. A 3-2 pitch is low for the walk. 2 men on. Watch the Rays Kids TV show, Rays Rookies. That'll be tomorrow at noon. For more information, go to raysbaseball.com/Rays Rookies and check your listings for more episodes on Fox Sports Sun. 2 walks here. Reimer Liriano twice has struck out. Fouls it right back. Liriano originally signed by the Padres back in 07. 17 home runs this year at TBA Charlotte. It's a high shot back into center, but Kiermaier with a lot of room puts it away. 2 walks, 2 left, no runs. We go to the 7th, 3-2 White Sox. Sports Sound is brought to you by your Southern Chevy dealers and by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Rays in Chicago. Middle game of 3 here. Rays took the first game last night 3-1. They saw Jake Petrichka for 2/3 of an inning in the game last night, and Petrichka comes on, pitcher number 3 tonight for the White Sox.
Well, he's worked 24 and 2/3 innings, has 25 strikeouts. That opponent's average a hefty 339. That's what the Rays like to see here, down by a run in this game. We're going to continue to go to work on this Chicago White Sox bullpen.
Rays getting back to the 500 mark for the 21st time this year. 68 and 68. And here's Duda pinch hitting and going after the first pitch, lifting it into left, and it's caught by Liriano. Duda wasting little time going after that first one.
Well, 7th inning, and you know, with the expanded rosters, Kevin Cash with a little bit more flexibility on moves that he can make. Especially when you think about bringing up Kurt Casale as that 3rd catcher. That helps.
There's Espinosa. Turns away from the high fastball. Espinosa has struck out twice, victimized by the fastball. His last time up, swung through a 95-mile-per-hour fastball. That was from Fulmer. Bounces this one foul. 1-1.
Nice play, Rock.
Yeah, Rocco Baldelli. Some sunflower seeds and handling that ground ball all at the same time.
That is, I'll tell you, multitasking at its finest.
Off the plate in, 2-1. There's Rocco's handiwork down there.
Smashed up all his seeds, but that's okay. He doesn't have to do the work now, you know.
Two and two. Home run by Morrison in the 6th inning made it a 1-run game. That's the 1-run given up by Fulmer in the 2 innings he worked. There's a liner into right field for a base hit. Espinosa's aboard. He hustles around first and puts on the brakes.
I'll tell you what, Jake Petrichka threw that right into the swing of Danny Espinosa. Down and in, a dangerous spot to go, and look where that ball is. And he just drops the barrel onto that baseball, and maybe this is the shot that gets him going.
Well, the Rays will have the top of the order, Kevin Kiermaier, coming up, and the White Sox are going to make a pitching change. So Petrichka, working for the 2nd straight night, will depart, and we'll be back. White Sox make a move for the left-hander. On 1 out in the 7th inning, trailing by that 1 run. We'll be with you tomorrow on Rays Live, pregame show presented by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. Matt Andriese will make the start for the Rays. Orestes will break down the starting pitcher for the White Sox. Lucas Giolito, wrap-up game of the road trip. Rays facing the left-hander Aaron Bummer, and a cut and a miss by Kevin Kiermaier. Strike 1.
Bummer 18th appearance, ERA 6.59 and 13 2/3. Saw him in last night's game too.
Kiermaier tried to check, and that's a strike, says plate umpire Corey Blazier. Kevin quickly down, 0-2. Doubled, hustled his way into a double in the 3rd, stole 3rd, and scored on a fly ball by Evan Longoria. One ball, 2 strikes. Rays trying to put something together against the White Sox bullpen in the 7th. 1 on with 1 out. Two now. Ground ball. That's going to go through the right side. Espinosa will head to 3rd. It will be 1st and 3rd with only 1 out. Kiermaier on base for the 3rd time. He stays hot. 2 for 3 now with a double for Kiermaier, and a single here, sending Espinosa to 3rd and the 7th.
Just rolls it over into the hole, gets it out into right field. Espinosa hustling the entire way. He's going to get over to 3rd rather easily, and we're going to get another pitching change.
Now Bummer in for just the one hitter, the left-hander, and surrenders the single. And the call will go to the bullpen. Danny Farquhar, the former Ray, will come in. Call to the bullpen brought to you by the Florida Lottery. A couple of men on. A reminder, parents, brighten up bath time with the Rays hooded bath towel. Sunday, September 17th, when the Rays take on the Red Sox, kids 14 and under receive a hooded bath towel presented by Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital while supplies last. Call 888-FAN-RAYS or visit RaysBaseball.com. Use a few of those tonight here. A little cool and rainy in Chicago. Well, the Rays will face the former Ray, right-hander Danny Farquhar, making his 43rd appearance, a combined 3-2 with a .386 ERA. And Steven Souza Jr. goes after the first pitch, pops it up, foul ball, and it is playable and caught by Davidson.
Boy, how about that? Steven Souza Jr. visibly frustrated. You've got runners at first and third, less than 2 outs, and you're going to go after that first pitch out over the plate, trying to get something elevated, get it into the outfield to get that run home, and it pops up in foul territory, and they make a play, and you can understand that feeling right there, especially against a former teammate.
Now it's Evan Longoria. 0 for 2 officially, drove in a run with a fly ball, and he takes a fastball away. 1 ball, no strikes. Two men on, 2 men out. Longoria sends a high fly ball to left. Lariano's there in front of the track making the catch. Rays will leave 2, and the Rays are down by a run. We'll head out to Rich Hollenberg and Orestes Estrada now in the studio for the Jeep Compass game break. Hill, after working a scoreless sixth, he'll open the 7th inning. Sucre lifted for the pinch hitter, and Curt Casale takes over behind the plate, making his first appearance of the year for the Rays after spending the season with the AAA Durham Bulls. And the first pitch into Adam Engel is a strike. So Casale behind the plate in the 7th. Roller to the right side, and it's picked there by Morrison, who steps on the bag to retire Engel.
Adam Engel's having a rough go.
Yep.
A rough go of it. That ball was a cue shot right off the end of the bat, right at the only guy on the right side of the infield.
And there's the first out in the 7th. As soon as the Rays leave town, we're going to start to feel badly for him.
Yeah, listen, stay down through the weekend.
Yeah.
And on Monday, break out with a vengeance.
Yeah, get 10 straight hits. We'll root for him then. Here's Hansen. Pitch is wide. Hansen is homered and has struck out twice. Stanek now up in the bullpen for the Rays. Hard throwing right-hander. Two balls and no strikes, the count. Well, the bullpen needing to cover some innings here tonight. That's a strike. Takes the count to 2-2 in the bottom of the 7th now. Cut and a miss, out for the 3rd time on strikes. Strikeout number 2 for Romo, and out number 2 in the 7th.
Well, a good breaking ball right there. And you could see Curt Casale recognizing early that ball was going to have some bite down in the zone. Able to flip that glove around and make that catch. And I'll tell you, this Rays bullpen has been doing the job here tonight after Chris Archer leaves the game after 8 pitches and holding their team right in it.
There's a strike to Sanchez. It's wide. 1-1. Now 1-2. Just a little bit of that one. Liner into center. That's in there for a base hit. Sanchez has his 3rd hit tonight. Well, he's been a nemesis to the Rays in the season series all the way back to the games played in Tampa Bay.
No doubt, goes right back up the middle. Sergio Romo, that ball down and off the plate away. Good plate coverage by Sanchez, and that's going to chase Sergio.
So the Rays will make a pitching change. Romo finished after an inning and 2/3. And a call to the bullpen brought to you by the Florida Lottery. Rays baseball on Fox Sports Zone, brought to you by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers and by Pinch a Penny, the perfect people for a perfect pool. Rays in Chicago tonight, middle game of the series against the White Sox. Ryan Stanek, hard throwing right-hander, enters the game to face Avisail Garcia. Sanchez at first, 2 gone. Rays down by a run in the bottom of the 7th. And there's a cut and a miss.
Garcia
Slider to start him.
And he was obviously sitting fastball. You know, Stanek can get it up there triple digits. And so Garcia really predetermining there that swing on a pitch well off the plate, and a swing that was not really close to that baseball.
And again, and it's 0-2.
Back-to-back sliders, and back-to-back sliders well out of the strike zone. Gets swings. That's what 100 miles an hour will do for you. It forces very quick decisions.
Runner takes off again. The pitch is high. The throw is late. And boy, Sanchez in a running mood tonight as he steals another base. His 2nd of the game. He has 7 on the year. Trying to get to the break-even point in stolen bases and caught stealings.
He was under 50% success rate coming into this ball game, but you're right. He is feeling it tonight. He's had a great season series against the Rays, and that continues.
It's away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. It's going to be out of play. And we'll see another pitch for the 2-2 count. High shot back into deep right. Borges will watch this one sail out. Two-run shot off the bat of Abisail Garcia. His 14th home run of the year, and that's a big blow for the White Sox. And equally a big blow against the Rays.
Well, here's the thing. Garcia, it seemed the entire at-bat sitting for the heater. You know, he swung at those first two sliders that were down and well off the plate because he's waiting for that heater. And he finally was obliged with one that was right there, outer half, elevated. He's done a lot of damage this year the other way. And with that shot right there, he ups the White Sox lead, and he sets a career high in home runs now with 14.
It makes it a 3-run game, 5-2. And now the pitch to Matt Davidson is in there for a strike. 1-run charge to Romo, and the other one charged, of course, to Stanek, who is tagged for the big home run here. A 2-run shot off the bat of Garcia. 1-1 the count. Well, 2-1. Now a 3-1 count. Well, that's a big blow for the Rays to suffer here. Foul right back, big cut on the 3-1 fastball. The count is full.
Well, you're running out of time. You're running out of at-bats, and your bullpen has been so stout all night long. With the injury to Chris Archer with the rain delay, and you trim the lead to 1. That
strike 3 call. Davidson caught looking to retire the side, but a 2-run home run, 4th home run of the night hit by the White Sox, makes it 5-2. 5-2 the score. The White Sox, with a 2-run home run in the 7th inning, have made it a 3-run ball game. 4 home runs tonight for Chicago. The Rays have hit 1, and they have 2 shots left. Logan Morrison will lead off the 8th inning. He has hit the home run for the Rays tonight. Avisail Garcia, a big 2-run blast in the bottom of the 7th. Now here's Logan Morrison, and he takes the first pitch for a strike. Danny Farquhar on the hill, the 5th pitcher of the night. He got the last 2 outs in the 7th when the Rays had put men at 1st and 3rd. 1-1. Morrison turned a fastball around in the 6th inning.
Oh, did he ever? A fastball meant to be up and out over the plate was down and out over, and Logan just crunched that to center field. 6 homers now in his last 6 games.
This one knocked down by Farquhar, and he recovers, makes the throw to first. 1 away here in the 8th. Farquhar apparently took a little shot to the pitching hand there, scrambling after that comebacker, but is apparently okay. Corey Dickerson will be the hitter against Farquhar now. The Rays need some base runners, down by 3. The pitch is a strike. Tap foul. 0-2.
Renteria leaving Danny Farquhar. And you remember how the Rays, when the Rays didn't have a left-hander in the bullpen, Danny Farquhar was that guy. He was the guy that would come in and face the tough lefties because of his changeup. That's exactly what's happening here with Morrison and now Dickerson.
Close right there. Now 1-2. A ball, 2 strikes. Rays with 5 outs left, down by 3. Dickerson fouls this one out of play.
Danny Farquhar getting into some fastballs here. Last 2 have been 94, 95. Really raring back. Fastball changeup, fastball changeup. Let's see if the pattern continues.
High down the left side. That's going to be a foul ball and carry out of play. One ball, 2 strikes. This one is high, 2-2. Carlos Rodon started this game. Went 4 innings. The rain delay interrupted that outing. And a foul ball, so it's still 2-2. Carson Fulmer came on, pitched 2 innings. He is without a major league win. He's got a couple losses from last year. So if this holds for the White Sox, he has a chance to get his first big league win because of the rain delay. And Dickerson is out on strikes. Rays down to 4 outs, trying to spoil that possibility. But they're down by 3 right now. Need to get something going.
How about the action on that pitch? And that's what you're talking about with Farquhar's changeup, and that was the A+ variety right there. Kept it on the plate and just took it out of the bottom of the zone, and Corey Dickerson just could not reach it.
Peter Borges. He lines one into center field for a base hit. Left center. That will be chased to the wall. Ariano's going to pick it up. And just like that, Borges is in scoring position. A 2-out double.
Farquhar tried to roll a curveball in there. He did the same thing with Logan Morrison to start him off. Just roll it in there, and it stayed up, and Borges recognized it right away and hammered that. That ball's going to hit that wet turf and scoot all the way out to that wall.
Adeiny Hechavarria looks for his first hit of the game after a walk his first time up, and he chases a fastball upstairs. Strike one.
That's probably the last we've seen of that curveball. He's going to go right back to his go-to pitches.
And a base hit into center field. That'll be charged by Engel. Borges will head to the plate. Throw comes through, but not in time. And with 2 outs, the Rays put a run on the board. Base hit for Hechavarria. Double and a single. And so the Rays make a little noise here. And it's a 5-3 ball game.
Fastball right down the middle, and Hechavarria did not miss that one. Boy.
Well, with a man at first, 2 gone, Brad Miller will be the hitter for the Rays. Kurt Casale's spot in the order. The Rays with an extra catcher, so they have some maneuverability. And the Rays with a man on will get the potential tying run to the plate.
And Brad Miller has been swinging the bat better here the last week, and you start to think about him getting down a pitch down and out over the plate, kind of like Logan Morrison got. His kind of power. Here we go.
Farquhar's pitch, and the fastball is in there, upper part of the zone for strike one. Lays off this one low. 1-1. Juan Minaya throwing in the bullpen. And there's a strike call. 1-2.
I think that's one that Brad Miller would like to have another shot at. That's right in his wheelhouse.
And he has power at all fields.
He sure does. Hits the ball extremely hard.
This one away, 2-2. The count's going to go full. That pitch blocked by the White Sox catcher. Full count. And a ground ball deflected by the pitcher Farquhar. The throw to first in time. He recovered in the nick of time. And the Rays settled for 1 run on the double by Borges and the Echeverria RBI single. And there's Farquhar recovering. Rays down by 2, middle of the 8th. New pitcher for the Rays. He follows Archer, Pruitt, Boxberger, Romo, and Stanek, and makes his 65th appearance of the year. He'll be facing the catcher, Omar Narvaez. Wilson Ramos behind the plate now for the Rays. And Jennings' first pitch is too low.
They're going to try to do something here tonight against Narvaez that no other Ray pitcher's been able to do, and that's keep him off base.
Yeah, he singled, homered, and walked tonight. And the pitch is a strike. Been on base in 5 of the 6 plate appearances he's had over the last 2 nights. Two and one. Two now. It's Anderson on deck. And there is a cut and a miss, and they do keep the White Sox catcher off base.
Jennings gave him a breaking ball kind of up and out over the plate, and Narvaez just missed it.
It's 12 strikeouts for Rays pitching tonight.
He got a little bit greedy on that swing. You could see that head and that front side pulling out of there. He was trying to hit another.
And here is Anderson. Pitch is a strike. Take that back. That's 11 strikeouts. Stanek had 1 while he was in there. And now the pitch. Anderson finds himself down in the count 0-2. And a cut and a miss. That will make it a dozen. Anderson out on 3 pitches.
Not wasting any time with Tim Anderson, trying to get this Rays offense another shot here, their final shot, and nasty right there down and away.
So the Rays in the 9th inning do have Espinosa lead off, then the top of the order, Kiermaier and Souza. And any deeper you'd get into Longoria and Morrison, and you'd love to see that happen.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you get around to the top of that order. Kiermaier can jump you. Souza Jr., Longoria, Morrison, just like you said, you've got trouble coming.
There's Saladino, and he hits a little chopper by the mound. A bare-hand attempt by Espinosa, but he cannot connect with it. And an infield hit. Saladino aboard.
Saladino, another one of these hitters. His last 21 games, he's hitting just 154. He's going to get a hit here, put it in a perfect spot. Got it over the head of Dan Jennings, and then Espinosa coming in, a do-or-die type play, and that ball right up the palm of the hand. And Saladino is going to have himself a 2-out hit.
This is Liriano. And he looks at a first pitch strike. One and one. Wow. 10 hits for the White Sox now. They've out hit the Rays 10-7. They lead 5-3. And it's 1-2 to Liriano. Too low. 2-2. White Sox have hit 4 home runs. The Rays have hit 1. Manaea stays loose in the bullpen. And a move to first, a little lob over there.
Trying to catch Saladino and see if he's going on first movement. That's how you steal a bag against a lefty. As soon as that leg gets picked up, you're off and running, and that's all Jennings was counting on there. Pretty aggressive lead too.
And he's gone. The pitch is inside. The throw will get him. He is out at second base. Espinosa put the tag on him as Ramos guns him down. No runs. A hit. Nobody left on the caught stealing. And we go to the 9th. Rays down by 2. inning. Our Bonefish Grill catch of the game, the caught stealing to end the 8th inning. To get the Rays in here and a chance to pull this one out in the 9th inning. Wilson Ramos throwing out Saladino.
Well, that fresh off the bench, just run out there and nail Saladino. We saw that he had an aggressive lead and might be going, and Rays able to cut that down, and now they get their last chance here against Juan Minaya on for the 31st time. He's got 42 punch outs and 34 2/3.
So it'll be Danny Espinosa to face him. And that first pitch just did get him, a hit by pitch. So Minaya hits the first man, and the Rays will get a base runner, and with that get the potential tying run to the plate. Well, that's a start.
Oh my gosh, Juan Minaya, the last thing you could do is what he just did. I mean, he gets on, but you go up and in with a heater and clip him. 9-hole hitter, pitch number 1.
And now the Rays will get Kevin Kiermaier up there with a man on and nobody out. Good night for Kiermaier again at the plate. And he swings, had a big cut at the fastball, fouled it back. Strike 1. So the top of the order aboard. Pitch away, 1-1. Kiermaier doubled and scored in the 3rd. Trying to help build an inning and a 9th. And he fouls this one back. Another fastball. 1-2. Fouled again. Souza Jr. on deck. Upstairs, 2-2. Minaya, 31st appearance. 2-2 with 3 saves. Fonte, the right-hander, Holmberg, the lefty. And a foul ball back. Another fastball.
I think Renteria is seeing exactly what we are, is that he, first pitch you hit Espinosa, and a lot of these pitches to Kiermaier have been very hittable out over the plate. I'd be surprised if he's able to finish this inning.
And a foul ball holds the count at 2-2. There's a liner into center field. That's going to drop. Engel kept it in front of him, and the Rays have the first 2 men on. Espinosa advances to second base. That ball dropping in front of Engel, and the Rays now have a threat underway.
Just, I mean, pitches that very hittable, and I'll tell you, Kevin Kiermaier's had some good swings on Minaya. That one he finally is able to get into play fairly and safely, and here you go. Now's your inning.
Well, the Rays put men on in front of Steven Souza Jr. with Longoria next and Morrison to follow. So here's their chance. Souza with a double and a walk tonight. And he takes that pitch for a strike. Thought it was a little close. And now finds himself down in the count. 0-2.
He got really big with that swing. You know, Souza Jr., very aggressive hitter, wanted to launch that baby. Ended up tying him up a little bit up and in.
And a liner into center. There's a base hit. Espinosa will be held at third, and the Rays will have the bases loaded. A hit batter. And then back-to-back singles from Kiermaier and Souza Jr. So they are loaded with nobody out.
You could see this coming. I mean, you could see this coming. Minaya has been right out over the plate this entire inning. Said that he had a hard time feeling that he's going to finish this inning. And boy, oh boy, the Rays have him on the ropes. This is an 0-2 delivery. Right there. Way too good of a pitch for 0-2, and Souza Jr. using the middle of the field.
Well, the White Sox break up the conference on the hill. Evan Longoria will be the hitter. So the Rays have the potential tying run in scoring position. Espinosa's at third and Kiermaier is on second. The go-ahead run. Souza Jr. at first. Longoria at the plate, and he fouls it back. Strike one. And he got the mid-90s fastball out over the plate.
That's, I'm telling you, he's got a tractor beam right into the swings of these Rays hitters, and so you're going to get something good to hit. What are you going to do with it?
Outside now, 1-1. Longoria ground ball to third. They'll step on third out there. Out at second. Safe at first. A run scores to make it 5-4.
Hansen's hurt.
And so Longoria reaches on a fielder's choice to close the gap to one, but the Rays are down to their final out.
Boy, chopper right down the line. To Sanchez, who's going to go right to third, out one, over to Hansen two, and he comes off. He got clipped by Souza Jr. on that left leg on the slide. That's what he's down with. Souza Jr. went in wide there and clipped his legs pretty good. Boy, you wonder if they're going to try to get a call against Souza Jr. there. That's exactly what Renteria is talking about.
Well, here's another look.
Now watch Souza Jr. sliding in. Gonna get him right there. Here's a great shot of it. Boom.
Well, Hansen apparently will stay in the game. Hansen clipped by Souza's left foot. So with a runner at first, Logan Morrison will be the hitter against Minaya.
He's going to get something to hit.
Well, he hit one out to center in the 6th.
What you're thinking.
And he's been red hot. 35 home runs on the year. Now 5-4. The pitch, a big swing and a miss on the pitch out. Morrison thinking long ball. Strike one.
If you're going to go up, you better get it there. We saw what happened when it didn't get up earlier in this game. Straightaway center field. It got out is what it did. Trying to do the same thing here.
Morrison homered in the 6th. Homered last night. Homered the night before in Kansas City. The pitch is up. 1-1. There goes the runner. The pitch is inside. Morrison did not offer. So Longoria now at second base and in scoring position. Stolen base there for Longoria. It's his 5th of the year. A 2-1 count. 5-4 ball game. Top of the 9th. And a cut and a miss. Another fastball. 2-2.
A little extra. A little bit extra at 96.
There's Longoria. He carries the potential tying run. A 2-ball, 2-strike count. 2 outs. And a cut and a miss. This one is over. Morrison strikes out, and the White Sox win this one 5-4. The Rays fall 1 run short and 1 game under 500 now, dropping the middle game of this 3-game series. 5-10-0 for the White Sox, 4-9-0 for the Rays. For Brian Anderson and Alex Cordry, Dwayne Statch, hope you've enjoyed the telecast, if not the outcome. Rays Live, the postgame presented by WB Mason, is next.